right, welcome. I'm going back to working on my little character selection game system, as it were. Trying to get a little bit more progress here made, and hopefully get to a point where I can get the system up and running. So I've made a couple of changes over the weekend that, if you've watched the videos up until now, you'll no doubtedly notice a few changes here have been made in my system. I'm processing some UVs at the moment on a Chesterfield or a couch, as it were, that I am going to be doing, and I would like to get this done. I'm just processing the UVs here inside of Maya, as it is a little bit faster. Should probably change the name of this stream. I don't like how it automatically names my stream for me. That's not ideal. And so I'm gonna go and edit this here while I'm going. We'll make some changes on the fly. Switch this back over. Headset. Okay. Do I have the ability to edit this now? The thing is that once the stream is up and running, it doesn't often give me the ability to change it. There we go. All right, so, oh, that's not correct. Okay, YouTube should now have the right name. Which... do this here. Okay. That should do it. All right. So that should give me both Twitch and YouTube now with a more appropriate name. So let me go through the changes that have been made here to my my little game. So it's been a little while since I demoed this. Late on Friday, I got to a point where I ended up with there's my map, a menu. So let's save everything here. So late on Friday, I got to the point where I had a map created for the menu, which is this empty box here right now. And the goal is to actually just go and set dress this and then have a menu kind of appear over to the one side. Currently, the map does work if I hit play. I haven't locked out the player yet, but I got a title screen. I got an input here for students to write their names and an input for them to write their email address. Like so. And once those two things have been entered correctly, the begin button appears. And when we click that, it pops us into game. So let me actually turn on my audio here, only because There we go. That'll change a little bit of the opinion. Hey, Brady. So I'm going to hit begin here, and you should notice a slight difference now. So there's audio. This is one of the easy to set up things that I did. So I actually found this audio recording on YouTube. It was a creepy cellar ambience, and it's royalty free, which means I am able to use it without getting into any kind of trouble. And so I've gone and added it in, and it's in my basement. You can see there's a few props here. We're getting some set dressing in place. And something really fun happened while I was working on this, which was my daughter all of a sudden developed an interest in game development. This is very closely tied to a game that she's currently playing on her phone called Roblox. And she became aware of the fact that the things that she's been purchasing in that game are things that other users have made. And she asked me, is this something I can do? Can I make stuff for my game? And I said, hell's yeah. I said, that's what Daddy does, right? And so we went and took a look at creating content for that game, and I downloaded what they call the studio, which is for that game, and it turns out it's just a game engine. And so get out of here. I'm gonna kill just a little bit of the audio. And so it turns out it's this thing that is nothing more than game engine. And I was like, oh sweetie, Daddy knows what this is. And we booted up, and sure enough, it's a very rudimentary game engine. In fact, while it has a lot of tools to create things right there in the engine, it also has an import FBX. And she was like, well, what does that mean? I said, well, most people, when they create things for your game, they make it in this game engine. Daddy's a professional, and Daddy has all of the tools necessary to make really good things for this game. And she said, well, what do you mean? And that's when I showed her this project. And I said, everything that I'm making here in this project, we'd be able to bring that into your game too. And she said, well, how do you make things? And so I showed her a little example of a couple of things that you could make. And she got very interested. I was doing audio at the time, which was when I brought this clip in, and she got very, very interested at that point and wanted to do some audio. So one of the fun little things that we've done here in this world is that there are strewn about the level these little blueprints that will play audio recordings of my children. They got their best creep on and recorded things that I ended up putting in here. So I'll go play for you what those audio tidbits are. So you can hear the ambiance now, which is just that cellar recording. And over by this post over here is my daughter, which is creepy as fuck. I love that recording, and we tried very hard several times to record her laughing in a creepy way, and it just never sounded creepy. She was acting the whole time, and the acting was no good. Like it sounded like a kid, like it wasn't creepy. And so I said, you know what, let's try something else. And I turned up the gain on the microphone and moved it away from her, and I tickled her. And the resulting sound effect was that a very, very convincing, creepy laugh. And so I chucked some reverb on it so that it sounds a little bit more like it's emanating from within this basement. And just faded it out a little bit at the end so it kind of feels like it disappears. And I was like, that's brilliant. And so that was one. And then because I have twins, I can't do anything with one that the other one doesn't do, so we recorded my son as well, and his creepiness comes from here. This is his recording. So I don't know how legible that is. It's meant to be very just kind of under your breath, but it's my son saying, "I see you." And that too, I put a little bit of reverb on it and threw it in there. And so that one's a little bit fun too. There are two more audio recordings. Neither of them are my kids. There's this one on the stairs here. Which is actually just me growling into the microphone. And again, I threw some reverb on it and kind of pitched it a little bit to kind of make it sound a little bit more animalistic. And so you get this kind of animal growling and breathy kind of sound. And then the last sound that I've got, the fourth sound that's in here, currently I've got it over on this little bench, and it's creepy too, but it's creepy in a different way. So it sounds a little bit like this. So it's a Jack in the Box, and it's done in a very, very, very slow and menacing kind of sound. So you kind of expect when it hits that "Pop Goes the Weasel" at the end, you kind of expect something to happen, and nothing does. And so anyway, that audio is what's new in here. The final little bit of new. God, I love that laugh. It's so maniacal. The best part about it, too, is when I was running all the filters and stuff on the voice to clean it up and make sure it was a decent enough recording to use, my daughter kept saying, like, "Oh my God, I'm so creepy." And that was just awesome. And so anyway, I've got that done. A couple other things that I've got done. If you notice up down on the left-hand side of the screen, there is a very large list of blueprints. Currently identifying blueprint number 1, or blueprint totems number 1. And if I move around here to this one, it now says blueprint number 6. There's 2, 5, 4, and 3. And what this system is a system that I've built in here to help with the selection of what is going on in the world. So whenever you are going to pick up one of these totems, I need to make sure that the system knows which totem that it is you're going to pick up. So this became abundantly clear to me when I placed 6 totems in the world, and 3 of the 6 ended up really close to each other, and I was having a hard time differentiating between those 3. And so I've got a little bit of a system in the world now that just looks for the closest totem, and goes and selects that. And so that little bit has changed. Saw something over here I wanted to edit as well. Yeah, this beam got moved. Another thing that I'm doing that is new and is not something I've ever done before, but it's something that I figured I would give a try because it's a system we want to use on Mask, and I wasn't sure how well it was going to work, and so I wanted to kind of work the bugs, the kinks out of the system here while playing around in this little world. And that is the Megascans library. And so if you've been paying attention, Unreal has purchased the Megascans, or partnered with them, I guess they said. And what they've done is they made them all absolutely free for anybody who's doing any Unreal work. And so typically I'm not for this kind of thing. I'm all about making content myself. However, this basement is supposed to be very cluttered and filled with things. And the mega scans are going to kind of give me a leg up in getting there. So what the mega scans are, that's what all this little clutter is around the room. It's 3D scans of meshes of content, and they're kind of just going to be strewn across the room. So I was using this little area here to bring them in just to see what they look like, and just kind of place them around the world a little bit. And some of them are pretty good, some of them not so good. They've got a lot of LODs on them, and personally, I think the LOD system that they've got is garbage. They very much did an automated process to generate the LODs, and as a result, they pop a lot, and they're not really good in terms of how much detail they keep. So, for instance, looking at some of these dirty old containers here, the first LED that goes, the lids disappear. And I was kind of like, that's kind of stupid. Like I could 3D model this in a couple hundred polys and make it totally usable. But their automated process, which made it 1,000 or so polys, didn't have a lid. And so the silhouette of the objects changed dramatically. And as a result, it made them, some of them, not incredibly usable. So I had to kill the LODs on a bunch of them to make them usable. And even then, I'm not using the highest resolution LOD, only because the meshes are incredibly high resolution. And so it made it so that they weren't really going to be all that usable. And so I'm going to use them kind of sparingly throughout the level here. You can see that I kind of started building up this corner a little bit. I realize it's hard to see. It's kind of dark in here, but I've got this old table with some boxes and some cardboard on it. And then I've got a couple of old doors leaning against the wall, and an old vial and an old stove here up against the wall too. And that's kind of the idea that I wanted to go with here with the placement of stuff, is that it's just kind of strewn about everywhere. I went and threw a couple of barrels here, and anyone who's ever taken any of my modeling classes, yes, there are barrels in my world. That's fucking funny. I didn't model these barrels. They're part of the Mega Scans library too. And so, they're in there. And again, like, this stuff is absolutely gorgeous. It reads really, really well. But again, I've got some kind of problems with it that, makes it less than perfect. A little bit, not idealistic. And I can demo this very plain and simply here. If we go look at the material that is being used on the barrel, this is going to be an instance here. So we're going to go to the master material. That all of these assets use this same material. And here's the problem, is that they don't have a metalness map. They are not using an image for metalness. None of the assets contain a metallic map. They have roughness, they have a normal map, and they have an albedo map. But there's no metallic map. Every asset that I've gone and looked at, regardless as to whether or not there's metal in it, there's no metallic map. There's roughness, normal, a displacement map, and albedo. And I've gone through the bridge to try and see what the issue is here with this. And it's kind of a twofold problem. So you can have the system generate a metallic map, but if you do that, you forego the automation with bringing it into the engine, which is a really, really sweet thing that you just click a couple of buttons, and I'll show you how that system works in a moment. And so that system works really, really nice, but if you use metallic maps, you don't get that system, and you then have to kind of import everything on your own, which, I mean, is doable. It's not the end of the world, but having the bridge set up in the way that it is set up. Like, man, it's so much easier. And so let me go and show you the bridge and kind of how this system works. And so once you're all logged in, this is the bridge here. So once you're all logged in, which I'm assuming I am. I'm logged in. So once you're all logged in, you can go through, and they have various categories here. They have 3D meshes, which are scanned pieces of geometry with textures being applied to them. They have 3D plants, which is a collection of the type of thing that you would use on terrain. They have surfaces, which is akin to using the word materials. And so you're going to find a collection of, like, so here's snow. And if I click on that, a whole bunch of different versions of snow. And if you click on one, here's snow with footprints. And you can go into the download settings and pick which materials here are going to shoot up. And you'll notice if I'm using Unreal 4, there's no metallic selection here. If I were to drop this to custom, still no metallic. One of them does have a metallic that you can grab, and not all assets have it, which is also kind of a problem. The other issue that I have with this is is that the majority of the textures are in JPEG format, and they're very highly compressed. I know this is an issue with the fact that they come in like 8K variety, so they're really, really large images. But like that was day one of game development school, was don't ever use JPEGs. There's too much artifacting in them, and they can look really, really bad. And so I don't really understand why they've done that either. You know, there's no PNG or Targa in here. If you use the drop down, there's EXR and then both combined, which again, not ideal. Anyway, after your surfaces, you get the decal, which is something that can be projected onto a flat plane or anything in your world. And these include everything, set up in the way that that'll make it work the way you want it to. So, here's some loose pieces of paper and some crumpled pieces of paper. And you can just throw these on a decal and put them on, and they'll work quite nicely. They also contain normal mapping, and on some of them there's actually displacement as well. So it'll actually deform the terrain if you've got something in a good way. But anyway, a lot of really nice things here, including some debris and rubble and stuff like that, which look pretty good. After decals, there are texture atlases, which again primarily are going to be plant-based. Next, we have imperfections. So these are kind of one-off maps that you can use. So for instance, here's one with fingerprints. And when you grab this, it's just a roughness map of fingerprints. And so if you've got an asset that you've made that's absolutely beautiful and perfect, you can grab this roughness map and apply it to it to kind of gum it up a little bit. And these are all photo scanned as well. Next are displacements, which is a large collection of displacement maps, and then brushes, which is really similar to alphas for ZBrush or Substance Painter or what have you. And yeah, they kind of look a little bit something like that. So really kind of similar to what you would expect. There's a lot of like wet footprint and wet handprint and blood droplets and things like that that are really kind of cool for ambiance and things like that. Again, you can see why I was drawn to this system. A lot of what I'm doing fits very well with within what this system is. I'm going to bounce over to the 3D assets here, and you'll see a bunch of the photo scan data here and how this works. Here's the street category, and you can see a lot of pylons and metal road barriers and things like that. All 3D scanned from reality, the real world, as it were. And again, all real easy to throw into your world. And the way this works, let's go grab one here. Let's see if I can find something that'll fit within my world. There's a bunch of sculptures. I thought a sculpture would be a little creepy in the basement as well, but I'm not going to put something in just for the sake of putting it in. We got brick. So there's some piles of rubble, which are kind of cool. I wouldn't mind doing that, but none of the rubble they have fits with what's in my basement. This is all kind of exterior type stuff, and so it's not going to work for me so much. We have the clay category, which is all vases and pots and things like that. Concrete, again, we're looking at most of the street stuff. Containers, which is where you're going to get, there's your travel mug of coffee and all kinds of wooden crates and old wooden bucket here. There's a metal barrel. So let's look at how you get this stuff into Unreal. So first, I've got the bridge open, and there's asset info here. It shows me how big it is in relation to a character, and whether or not this is a open or closed mesh, manifold or non-manifold. In this case, this is a closed mesh, indicated by the circle here. We can go to the download settings and pick our texture resolution, our material preset. I'm going to go back to UE4, and we can go pick which LOD we want, and then which images we would want to bring in as well. So I've got the albedo, the displacement I don't need, the normal, and the rough. And again, there's no metallic map, which I don't fully understand. And so what you do is you just click download. And what this is going to do is it's going to put it in a local directory that I've already gone and predetermined where that is going to be. And it goes into a folder here. And then I've gone and selected what project I'm working on. So right now there's nothing here. So we're going to go and select which project I'm working on. So we're going to go to Cabin in the Woods and Content and Megascans. And I'll select that folder. So that's it. It's linked to my game now. So I'm going to minimize this a little bit here. And let me re-download it again just to make sure that the settings are correct. And once you've gone and downloaded the asset, you can hit the export button and you'll see it come into Unreal. Just like that. So there, now the asset's inside of Unreal. It imported the textures, it built an instance of the material, and it assigned all of the textures to the correct spots in the material. And if I go somewhere over here in the world and I drag in the oil drum, there it is. If we go and build the lighting, take a look at what this asset looks like in the lighting proper. Now this barrel is not ideal for a level like this that is in such it's such a small environment. That this is a very, very specific barrel, that it's got that bend and that break in it. That is not typically something you would see on every barrel. You know, I don't have a row of these things around, but you can see now that that's pretty solid. It looks pretty decent. And so, yeah, so the Megascans is kind of a neat thing. Again, I've got a whole list of things that I've imported in here. The other thing is that the Megascans have actually provided for me a couple of other things that I'm going to do here, and I'll show you these. In my meshes folder, I've also got melted candles. It's not a bad idea either. My totems, you'll notice that one totem is complete. I have the vampire totem. And the reason for this is actually is a Megascan as well. So this is the garlic, and that is perfect for my vampire. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. This is this is kind of overkill and a half when looking at these assets. This is 8,841 triangles on this sucker, which is like, it's a little tiny pod. It is an insane amount of triangles on stuff like this. And so anyway, I've got a couple of assets that I'm going to be able to use from the from this directory, from this this scan data here, that are going to be super useful in the creating of this world. Now, this oil drum, this barrel that's here, if I go to the search and I do a search for barrel, you'll actually see several other barrels. There are blue ones and green ones, which are really nice that they actually scanned a couple different barrels so that you get a couple of different varieties here. I'm going to download the green one and the blue one. And what they're going to do is they're going to allow me to just kind of get these things in the same environment here, so that I have a couple that I can reuse while they're not damaged, and then a couple that, well, the one that is damaged, that'll kind of be a standalone barrel. And so I'm just going to go and export these two things to the engine. You can also see there's also, like, there's a good variety of other barrels that are in here too. Like, it's not just kind of one and done. They've done a lot of really good work with the scanning. I feel like it is just the beginning of what they're doing. I am, Brandon. I'm giving it a test run here to see what it's like and what it can do. And so, yeah. It's so far it's not bad. It's not great. There are definitely some problems with it, but it is one of those things that does speed up the workflow a little bit. All right, so I'm going to grab my oil drums here and bring them over to maybe this side of the world. Let's move this guy out of here. And let's go see about placing these here. And I'm going to try and make sure I don't put the red guy here. Let's, whoops, come back. Put the red guy in the end. Insert. End. End. There we go. If you hit the end key while an object is floating above the ground, it drops it down until it's on the ground plane, which is really quite nice. Yeah, they're cool. Again, there's a few things. I don't know how long you've been here, but I was going on about what I dislike about them. There's a few things that are kind of off with them a little bit that make them not perfect. There's no metallic map, which is, kind of an issue if you're doing PBR rendering. You want to use metallic map, and what they have is a metallic value that you can place on things, but it's not a metallic map. It's just a metallic value. And that, again, it's kind of weird that they did it in that way. That you don't get any of this nice reflectivity in the metal in the way that you do. Now, the one thing that kind of makes this a little bit more worth it is that none of these assets really need a metallic map. Like, the only place it would really show up is like scratches and things on the barrels that are just completely gone now. But scratches and things on the barrels. There's a hatchet here that, again, I would expect to see some metallic value in the blade, which isn't there. And the shovel is pretty rusted out. Like, most of the stuff, rust isn't metallic, and so it doesn't read as a white area on a metallic map. So most of the assets don't really have a need for a metallic map, but the system they have in place just doesn't make a lot of sense to me in terms of what they've done. But anyway, it is what it is, and it's what it's going to do is it's going to give me the clutter that I need to make this room look really full, really fast. And there are some things that are really useful, like all of these beams. I didn't make any of these. These are all mega scans as well. And so, that allows me to make the all of the floor joists and everything in a very, very short amount of time by just kind of copying this stuff in and moving it into the right location. And so that has sped up my life a little bit. And so anyway, I've got a few more things that I want to do with this tonight. In terms of the system working, currently it does not, in that you still can't pick up anything. And one of the reasons that I haven't kind of gone in that direction yet, I haven't played with that system yet, is that I don't know what I want it to do. Right now I've got it so that when you're on one of these assets, it just says hit E to interact. And I don't want it so that when you hit E, the dude picks up the thing and that's it. And so I thought what I might do is when you hit E to interact, I might have the camera kind of come over the kid's shoulder and look at the asset. So you can kind of take a look at what it is that you're about to pick up before you pick it up. So you hit E to interact and he'll kind of go and take a look at it, or E to inspect. And he'll go take a look at it. And then if you hit another button once he's inspecting it, that'll be the grab that item. And that'll solidify the choice. And so I think that's the way that I'm going to go. Again, I'm not really sure. I'm going to play around with a couple of things, but my main goal now is to start creating some of the larger meshes that are going to fill up this room. Right now it's too big and empty, and even just getting a couple of barrels here. Yeah, I know exactly, Brandon. That's the way I want to go, is that kind of inspect thing. And so, yeah, so I've got a couple of things, like even just throwing the barrels in here, like it just added a little bit of enough more clutter that I could kind of walk my way around, which I think was super useful. And so that's what I want to do, is I want to start placing things to kind of block the room out a little bit more. And so that's what I'm currently doing here inside of Maya, where I am UVing something, which looks to be UV'd. Yeah, we'll call that UV'd enough. Yeah, exactly. Kind of get the camera over the shoulder and have a exactly this ability to rotate the object all the way around. Now that means I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time making these objects to make it work. If I'm going to give the user the ability to inspect these things, I'm going to have to make sure that they are well done enough that they are inspectable. So anyway, object mode, we're going to export this, export selection, and I'm going to switch this back to FibX. If I can find it, there it is, FBX. Export selection. So I've got a sofa here that I'm plugging away on, which will go back to Cabin in the Woods, FBX, and sofa. And overwrite that one. And I made this with a combination of a couple of things that are kind of messing with my topology at the moment. I also had a lot of n-gons on this thing when I brought it into Maya. And Maya's solution to n-gons was to triangulate things. And so some of it is now triangulated and some of it is not, based off where my n-gons were. So you can see my cushions are nice, but the main body of the object here is not. So anyway, my goal now is to ensure I have a single smoothing group on all of this, and make sure that I can get enough resolution here to make it a high poly. So there's that for editable poly, and that's going to be my low. So I don't have any polygons on the underside of it here, and I'm debating whether or not I should fix that. So the only reason that is going to be an issue is the lighting inside of Unreal. Inside of Unreal, my lighting is, so I've done two things to show you my lighting. Let's get out of here. So I've got a directional light for sunlight. And the reason I did this was that I put the basement windows there. And I wanted to have in a few places like that really strong beam of light coming in. In the end, I've got it rotated in such a way that it's not showing up at all, but if I kind of rotate this a little bit, this is what I was hoping to get. It's just a couple of places where I can get that really nice, bright sunlight coming in, which the reason I really want that coming in is to get the volumetric light that would appear there. And so I've got that light. Let's go here. What I'll do is let's go minimize the spawn points. I'm going to create another folder here, and we'll call this lighting, and we'll put our lighting in here. So there's a skylight as well, which is down here under the ground somewhere. So the skylight is just allowing me to render the scene a little bit and use the scene to light this. So the difference with this and without it is really negligible right now. But once I have the majority of my assets in here, what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to bake out my own HDR map and bring it back in to use on the skylight. And what that's going to do is it'll give me very complex looking lighting without actually being complex. And so it'll just use an image to light the world. So I've got that. There's my directional light. We'll go through that in the folder as well. And then finally, I've got the exponential height fog, which all that's doing is just tinting the world a little bit. So to show you this off and on, let me go back to game mode. If I turn off the fog, you'll see that it gets very, very high contrast. Yeah, I'll be doing my own HDRs. So without the exponential height fog, you get this very hot spot where the light is, and then the light just kind of disappears. And the exponential height fog actually adds almost like dust in the air. And what I've done is I actually went and started playing around with the color that's in here. Typically, this is blue when you first create it, and when you make one of these things that's blue, you get this almost like bright sunny day kind of thing going on. I think it's in the tint as well, but you end up with this really kind of there it is, this really kind of bright sunny day kind of tint to things, which didn't make it look very good in my opinion. It was too bright and sunny outside because of this, and I don't know, it felt too cool. And so I tinted it towards the yellow brown color, and it makes it feel like the colors, the textures that are in the room are also kind of being represented in that fog. And so that's all I've got going on right now. I'll build my lighting again here because I manipulated the directional light. But yeah, it does a pretty good job with very relatively little work. Now, I do have some settings here that I'm going to change when I do my final light bake. So when I did that little bathroom scene that I did back when I was teaching the diorama class at RCC, I had settings that I was using for baking that are essentially a way of getting that arch viz kind of look to things, that architectural visualization look. And yeah, it kind of gives it that kind of photorealistic look. And so anyway, that's the idea with this. Now, one of the big things that I got to do with this too is when you look at this right now, it's incredibly static. Like even when I play and you just look at the room, if I go to one corner here, I'm going to hear my daughter again. So when I go to this corner and I just kind of look at the room, the only thing moving is the character. There's no life in this environment. It's very stale. And that's what I want to fix. I want to get a little bit of particulate drifting around in the environment. I want to get, you can see there's a link of chain that I've got over here at one end. I wouldn't mind having that chain just kind of swaying back and forth. Not like it's windy, but just enough that it's like there's something moving, which again, that would affect a shadow. That would make, the whole world just feel more living, which is what I'm really, really after. Oh, my little Buddha. What's funny is my little Buddha is, where that came from is I actually own that little Buddha. And it's really funny because he was in one of the Iron Man movies. Let's see if I can find him. But yeah, he's in one of the Iron Man movies. Tony Stark has got the entire collection behind him. which I thought was awesome. Because I was like, oh my god, it's my Buddha. Yeah, there's one of them. There's one of them there. The one I got has the one I've got right beside me has got one hand on his cheek. But in one of the Iron Man movies, when he's down in his basement working away, there's actually a little table in the back, and he's got, I think there are 5 of them in all, and you can actually see them all. He's got them all in a row. And Pinterest, I hate you. I hate Pinterest with a passion. I've actually got a plug-in here that allows me to un-Pinterest Chrome so that you don't get any results from Pinterest. But yeah, I don't remember which movie it is. I think it might be part 2. But anyway, yeah, there's a scene in Iron Man where you can buy this guy here. And yeah, they light up. They're really, really cool things. And so anyway, yeah, I've got that little guy on the desk beside me, and so putting a Buddha down there might be a good idea. Make it a reoccurring theme in all of my works. But anyway. So let's go take a look at this sofa and see what's going to be required here to high poly this sucker. So I'm going to go and create let's go to my layer explorer here. And I've already named all these things. Let's go create a layer called low, which I'll then grab all this stuff and clone as copies that we'll add to a new layer called high. Hide the low. And then I'm going to take all of the meshes here that make up my sofa. And we're going to go to tools and rename objects. And in the renamer, we're going to remove the last 6 characters and replace them with the suffix high and remove the base name. And that will automatically rename all my assets for me. This is, if you were paying attention when I did any of my mask work, that's how I generate my high polys for my mask assets. So instead of having to go in and rename 200 or 300 assets, which is usually what my vehicles are made up of, this is a much faster way of being able to do that. And so anyway, let's see how the couch holds up to first just being turbo smooth. So, as predicted, most of the stuff back here, it's okay. I'm losing some of the shape where they're going through one another. My cushions, which are again are the mostly quadded element of this, are holding up the best, but they also don't look like cushions at this point. And then the entire front of this, which is still all triangulated, looks like poop. And so let's go and deal with this and see if I can untriangulate this piece. So I'm going to detach this. Well, that was, oh yeah, Maya did that. I hate that Maya does this. Let me get everything back. Maya always tints the color of the mesh based off the layer color in Maya. And so it always looks like everything is selected to me inside of Max. Not ideal. So I'm just going to try and go in and run a quadrify on this to see if it can undo the triangulation done from inside of Maya. And it does not appear that it does. You notice a couple of vertices here that were pretty ugly. And so we're going to try and give this a helping hand in removing the strangulation. And and hopefully just get a little bit of a better shape from this. Again, I don't care if the triangulation's on my low poly. It's going to get triangulated when I bring it into Unreal anyway. And if anything, those triangles will just kind of set the shape a little bit for me, so I won't have to worry too much about anything else. Now, since this is my high poly and not my low, what I can do here, this will work really nicely too. What I can do is, there's ugly stuff going on. There we go. Yeah, see, there's too many vertices here. That one. And that one. And this is symmetrical, so it means this one is the same. But regardless, I'm just going to symmetry this over. I'll just delete half here. And not bother cleaning half. Yeah, it's the quantify all. The problem with this is that it doesn't know which triangles to keep. And typically doesn't keep any triangles. So for instance, right here, I want these two triangles to stay here. I don't want that edge gone. And when you quantify all, it quantifies all. Like, it gets rid of those edges. It won't leave triangles where it can. And so I can't actually automate doing this. I could have just not had n-gons, you know, when I went into Maya, but I'm also trying to knock this out, get it done without spending too much time on it. And that is causing me to make errors here that I'm hoping won't matter. Again, I'm dealing with a fairly dark environment, so things aren't incredibly perfect. C'est la vie. And it don't matter much. But at the same time, you know, if I can avoid making stuff look like shit, there's also that. And so I was really curious while playing with the Mega Scans to think about where that system is going to go in the future. One of the things, I was watching a video about its integration into UE4 with the guys from Epic. And it's really curious to think of the fact that, you know, a lot of games use this technology. And to think that, like, that means, well, that means it's the same rock that's in this game and that game. And that's kind of a interesting thing. All right, dude. I'll catch you later. And so, yeah, it made me kind of think of the Star Wars game. Whatchamacallit? Battlefront, Battle Lines, Battlefield, Battleborn, whatever the hell that Star Wars game is that, you know, was really crappy. That game used like 80-90% photogrammetry for, you know, when you're playing on Tatooine, it is photogrammetry, and a lot of it mega scans of places that they are, you know, then using to create that stuff. And it made me wonder, you know, with the popularity of this stuff and how widespread its use is going to become, just based off saving time, you know, what does that do to game development? Like, are we not going to get to a point where it's just the same rock in every game? And that was kind of a weird thing to kind of think about, that we might end up at that point. And it also, you know, makes me thankful for being a character artist, where it's not an issue with characters. I don't think we'll ever get to that point with characters until, you know, we're approaching the holodeck, right? Where people are like, all right, make me a game. I want to be a Viking warlord. And, you know, the game just generates what that is. And you're like, no, make his chin broader. I want him to be a manly man. And, you know, game engine's like, oh, recompute. And, you know, does that kind of thing. Which, again, you know, at some point we'll hit that phase of game development. I don't think we're there yet, but at some point, you know, that'll probably be a thing. and, alter a little bit of the way games are made. So I went over here and I added a new edge to this guy. And I don't actually think it's necessary. I put it in as a means of being able to control the triangulation in this, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. So anyway, let's make sure that this middle edge here is all x0, which it is, and we'll just symmetry along that axis, like so. And so yeah, it was kind of a fun day to have my my kid start to develop this kind of interest in game development, where she's all like, "Wait, I can make that," and then having her realize that she has access to me and the types of things that we could make together, and just kind of blew her mind a little bit, and I thought that was kind of fun. And yeah, it was one of those moments that, like, I don't have a typical job. I'm not an accountant or a banker or, one of these jobs that most parents do. I'm very atypical in that regard. And my kids, I don't think, ever really understood that. And it's now at a point where they kind of seem to. Where they're kind of now realizing that what kind of game development is and that kind of thing. It was neat to see that dawning on my daughter's face, that she was like, "Whoa, hold on. All of my friends play this game. And you're telling me I have access to someone that can make anything I want in this game?" And I was all like, "No, but I can teach you to make anything you want." And just that realization to her, I think, was something that, again, I don't think that that ever was something that she expected. And so this morning, after she finished her homeschooling, and I left the schoolroom in the studio and came, or the schoolroom downstairs, and came into the studio, to have my daily meeting with the studio and talk about, the game and how things are moving and whatnot. And she came right into the studio along with me and pulled a chair up to my desk and was like, "All right, Dad, how do we make games? What do I got to do?" And she was all like, more eager than I've seen most of my students about making games, and that was kind of funny. It was neat to see that side of her, and this realization that she could make stuff and whatnot. And so, anyway, let's see. I think this is gonna be okay. So I'm gonna go and export this. How high poly is it? 1,000,007. Yeah, fuck it. I'll say good enough. Export selected. So we're going to go Substance Painter this guy. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to make a new folder called OBJ. Since this will be an OBJ called Sofa. Should be good. And then we'll go into Substance Painter and see how well this works. Now, this is going to be Substance Painter to the extreme, because while this is a sofa here, export selected, I did make changes to it, so I do need to change it. I do have to dirty and crappy up the hell out of this thing. Water stains, damage, that kind of thing. Like, I have to make it look on par with everything else that's going to be in the basement. And so I need to kind of build a cohesive amount of dirt and grime that are going to be on just about everything. So that is going to be important. to Painter, and let's see how well the bakes work. While this loads, I'm gonna go get some water. All right, back with some water. And let's see what we can do inside of Painter here. No. Oh. Okay, file new. PBR metallic rough. Yes, that's what I want. Let's go to the right project, which is Cabin in the Woods, FBX, and Sofa. This is going to be a 2K texture. Shan't need anything else yet. All right, so my UVs here. Yeah, I ain't gonna work. Let's do a test bake and see how well this is set up here. So I'm set to 2K. Bake mesh, we're going to bring this to 2K. And I'll go 16 in my dilation. And I'm just going to bake the normal map for now. Just so that we can make sure everything is accounted for and rendering the way that we expect it to be rendering. And I'm going to do the 8 times anti-aliasing and match by mesh name and bake. And let's see what we get. Very rarely do I ever get a bake that works first time through. There's some errors occurring over here. And I think almost everything else looks the way that I'd be happy with it looking. Okay, so let's go take a look at the geometry here. I have a funny feeling this is a geo error and not a baking error. So there and there. So we're to max. This is the low. So let's go. God damn it. In Maya. Stop painting my shit, Maya. Let's do this guy and see. A funny feeling I might have duplicate meshes here. I do. Where was the other? In the corner up one. Here. Duplicate mesh. I don't know why Maya didn't catch that. Let's ensure that was it. And the mesh is symmetrical. Yeah, see, there are a couple over here too. It's worth investigating. And that one, yeah. So, yeah, for sure the symmetry ones, and I think those two as well, are broken. So this happens, I do this a lot, and it's the downfall of my Maya and 3ds Max use that does this. Where I'm constantly hitting the key that the shortcut key that duplicates. In one software it duplicates, and in the other software, I forget what it does. But there's something that I hit. There's one. There's the other. I should be able to actually detect whether or not there's any more of this did an STL check in Max, but it very rarely actually works. All right, good enough. I'm going to grab all of this. File, export, selected. Overwrite the sofa Fibics. And let's go back into Painter and edit project configuration and swap out the sofa with the sofa. Now, it won't fix anything, but if I just bake again, those problem areas should get fixed. Oh, it looks like one did not. Oh, and it looks like... Okay, so there are at least two more. Around for others. Okay, so it's the first one on each cushion. So again, go here, go here. It's this one. There it is. And this one. There it is. Which should also mean an inverse or reverse. Yeah, see, there's not one there. There's one there. Blast it all to hell. File, export selected. Sofa King. Back into Painter. Project configurations. And let's sofa this again. Bake. Bake. All right. Looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm really concerned that leaving the bottom off of this thing is going to be an issue. Where I think this is going to be an issue is when it's inside of Unreal, that it's not going to produce the right kind of shadow on the ground without there being a bottom. And so if need be, if that's the case, what I'll do is I'll actually duplicate the faces that are on the back, and I'll put them, like, I don't care if they're UV'd or not. I'm not gonna stand the couch up. And so I'll just take the UVs or the faces that are on the back, duplicate them and stretch them out to fit the bottom. Just so that I get the kind of effect that I'm after. Now that I'm pleased that works, back into Max I go. I'm going to bake my ambient occlusion here in Max because it does a better job. We've been through this before, you and I, talking about this very exact thing. Abort creation. Let's go back in here. Skylight. Shadows turned on. And as I recall, I have to... Let's save this. Now that I've got that mesh created, I have to attach my whole couch together. Low through low, attachez-vous, and then render to texture. And kill the padding, enable projection. No, I don't actually want projection. I don't make substance anymore. My AO after you show me that. Yes, sir. It is remarkable the difference that it makes. So we're gonna do a shadows map. The one big downside to this, and again, like, this is kind of why it's beneficial to do it inside of Substance Painter. The downside to this is that where the hell am I going? Desktop projects. The downside to it is that it takes a lot longer to bake, but dems to breaks. Sofa. Okay. Sofa underscore AO. AO. Let's set to 2K. Let's set to save. Let's set to shadows. Let's set to render. It would be nice if I could set this up. I mean, I probably could. I just have never really bothered. But getting my AO to bake with the, I mean, I've got a really good CPU for doing renders, and just never bothered setting it up to the point that it does what it wants. But anyway, the reason I want to bake in Max is all of these tiny little shadows here. These are the shadows that are being cast from one part of the couch onto the other, and they won't bake inside of Painter. And they're going to be really important to me getting this thing to look grimy and gungy and dirty the way it's supposed to. And so, anyway, we'll let this bake out. While it's baking, let's go back in here and bake everything else. So this is going to go to Polymesh ID, curvature, position, and thickness. I'll crank up. And you are going to use only same mesh. Back to common, that's good, and that's good, and bake. And so I guess I could have not baked the normal map again. Whatever. Done now. ID map. Curvature. Position. Thickness. Again, this is not a closed map, so my thickness map here won't be of much use. But I might be able to use it in the creation of a mask or two. Okay, so that baked. The only thing I'm waiting on now is just the ambient occlusion, which again, you'll get from the Treaty at max. Halfway done. And now we can start thinking about how we're going to do this. Now, this is going to be a leather couch. Old abandoned leather couch. Want to go look at reference images here in preparation for my texturing of what, like, hells yeah. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that is one beat to hell couch that I think is just going to look fantastic in terms of the effect on it here. There are a lot of photos up close of that. I love that there are holes and plants growing through the holes. I'm not doing holes. This was meant to be something that was just brought into a place and abandoned there, as opposed to it being worn out and brought out to the street. Oh, see, that's really good too. Oh, that's not helpful. Oh, now you're opening new windows. So, what else have we got here? Seems to be about it. I'm going to remove the word couch and replace it with sofa. And if that doesn't find anything, try Chesterfield. Ooh, that's nice too. So the main takeaways from this appear to be... That's really nice too. Wait, Quixel. I thought it was a photo scan. Ah, that's gorgeous. Look at that. Grimy, dirty, gungy couch. I've got lots of beautiful reference here for what happens to this shit. And how it gets eaten away and just completely destroyed. And again, I really want to push the gunginess of this thing because That is what's going to make it fit into my environment, right? It's what's going to make it feel like it belongs there. So I'm going to keep this open on window number 2 as a piece of reference here. We're damn near done the bake. Actually, while that's going, I don't have to sit idle. That's fine. Here, let's delete that. Let's also switch the camera to 3D only. I don't need to see what's going on in the UVs. And while I typically don't like using any kind of pre-built materials, because I'm going to be doing a ton of manipulation to these, I think I'm going to be able to get away with using some of the pre-built stuff. So for instance, this is leather bag, and if I get the scaling of this right, like any of that. I don't like that, actually. Let's see what else we've got. Leather bag grain, leather medium, leather rough. I'm not overly worried about the texture at the moment. I just want to see what I can get out of this. Let's I think this is going to be a brown couch, so I'm going to switch it over. Yeah, so I think in the fact that this is rough leather, it's already not shiny, which I don't want. I actually do want, I want some level of shine. That's lizard scales, not what I want. Let's go check out the smart materials and see what they got. I know there's a few leathers in there. This one is called leather sofa. Yeah, not bad, but the scaling is off. That's funny. That is not a tiling image. That is not attractive looking leather. Stylized leather. There we go. Okay. That is definitely my starting point. All right, dude. Now, let's go a couple of things I need to do. So it's using the ambient occlusion here, and I'm not just yet using the ambient occlusion. So let's go and do that. Pull that AO in. Texture. Current session. Port. There. Go place that under the ambient occlusion category. All right, so where to start? It's starting to look like leather. I am getting some seams down in here. I actually do have a UV seam right down the center of my cushions. And so I'm going to find out where that texture is coming from and find out. Let's see. There. There's some in here. Oh, that's already using triplanar projection. Intriguing. UV, triplanar, guy, planar, guy, triplanar. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get rid of that seam unless I hand paint it out myself, which is doable. Not the end of the world. Okay. So one of the reasons I wanted to go with this version of the starting point of the leather is that A, it's already not very clean. It's already kind of damaged leather. But also I want the slight reflectivity in here because I'm going to end up with a quite a bit amount of contrast in this that I think is going to read a lot better if I can get a little bit more sheen out of this one. I'm going to kind of show you what I mean here. So all of that leather stylized here is in a layer, and I'm just going to duplicate that layer. Duplicate. And I'm going to go into the bottom one. I'll hide the top one here. And I'm going to go and manipulate almost all of the values here in this. So the color, I'm going to brighten up. The roughness, I'm going to increase. Sharpen, I don't care. That's the noise. All the noise. That's some shadowing. That'll be fine. That's the curvature stuff. That'll be fine. That's the AO. That should be fine too. Okay. So what I've got now is two versions of the couch in slightly different leather passes here. So I've got a shiny dark one and a matte light one. And the idea now is that I'm going to put a mask on the top one, a black mask. Actually, that's a lie. It's going to be a white mask. And in the white mask, we're going to add a generator. And in that generator, we're just going to go and add some damage to this. So let's try the dripping rust damage. And what this does is it eats away at the shiny good leather, showing in behind it the crappy leather. So it's almost like peeling some of the good stuff off to show some of the bad stuff. Now, in order to make this work even better, I'm going to go into the dark stuff, which is the better of the two leathers. And in the fill for this, the base color fill here, I'm going to add some height to this. So there's my height map, and I'm going to bring it up a little bit. And what the height is going to do is it's actually going to give me some separation in between these two things. Now, I'm going to be careful just how high I go with this, because too much will read incorrectly. But there, I think something like that. Now, I would really like to get rid of the seam on here, and so I'm going to go to my dripping rust and see if we can't make this a triplanar projection. Invert, spreading, contrast, spreading. Does not appear. That I can do this with the rust. Ooh, that's too bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab a different one because I definitely need to be able to use the triplanar projection. Without that, I'm gonna get seams in places that. I mean, I could go and paint them too. Let's try that. Let's go see. Let's go back to the dripping rust. Invert it again. I do really like this one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to add a paint to it. And what the paint's going to allow me to do is paint on top of that mask. I'm going to go to my brushes. I'm going to find something that'll read as damage. That'll work. No, that won't work. I don't know who Kyle is, but man, he's got a lot of brushes in. Let's go to spots. Splash. There. So let's see if I can't just go and fix that up a little bit. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it's still there, but I definitely should have not painted my my UV seam there. That was a stupid thing to have done. I'm convinced that this is something I can fix. Not that one. It's not that one. Not that one. It's that one. So this is using triplanar. It's the sharpen mask. Okay. So I'm going to try and do this to both of these things here now. Turn the sharpen off. Okay. Okay, that reads a little bit better. Got rid of some of the seam here, which is definitely good. Next, let's see about adding some dust and some dirt to this thing. So I'm going to create a new folder here, which I'm just going to use to contain both leathers. That I can just call leather. And we're going to go above that. Let's go now to fill layer, Dirte, and let's go make some dirt. So I'm going to make this really rich, soiled dirt. And this greeny brown color. Really freaking gross. And I'm going to make it rough. Maybe somewhere in that range. Everything else should be fine. And then we're going to go add a black mask generator. And then dirt. And we'll try and get the level of this to be correct. A little bit more grunge. A little less level. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And by beautiful, I mean fucking horrific, but beautiful. Yeah, I like that. I think that's going to read. Okay. After the dirt, I'm going to add another fill layer. This one is going to be dust. So the dust will collect on top of the dirt, which is the idea. The dust is going to be rough as well. It's going to be a little bit more in the yellow range and a little bit more off this warming color. So that's going to be the color of the dust. We're going to go and add a black mask, add a generator to the black mask, add, where's my generator? Add a generator on a generator. We're going to go look for dust. Dust. And see if we can get some top dust. That's not going to work. Let's go into our masks. It's going to be in here, dust. And let's try surface dust. I don't love that. Sand dust, subtle dust. Now we're getting somewhere. Pull it balance down a little bit. It's definitely starting to match what's in the reference image. Not someplace you want to fucking sit, that's for sure. All right. The one other thing that I want to do is maybe some water damage kind of coming up the bottom. So I'm going to do another fill layer. And this is going to be water damage. So the color, I'm going to make just kind of a dark gray. I don't actually need it to be that shiny, even though it's water damage. I don't actually want it to be wet water damage. So I'm just going to bring it up a little bit like that. And then let's name this water damage and add a black mask and ground. And use the ground dirt. Hey, Bray's back. How you doing, Bray? Okay, so I've got it on here. Now I want to kind of make sure that I can see what this is doing. So this is a trick that I employ a lot here. I'm going to go from this gray to red. So I can see where the water damages is going. And I'm going to go to my mask editor, and I'm going to turn down the grunge amount a little bit. I don't want so much water damage up on the top. Texture down. Oh, no, that's not. It's this one. That should be okay, actually. For my global blur, global balance. This down. 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 That's what it's doing. Okay. I'm going to do that. Okay. That's a little bit more what I was after. I just want some on the bottom here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back into the color. And again, switch this to be a dark gray. I'm going to do with my base color is not keep it on normal, but multiply. And what that's going to do is it's just going to darken the color of whatever's there. It's fucking horrendous looking. Love it. I love it. It looks fucking brutal. Now, I have a game plan on my sleeve here that I don't know how well this is going to work. Actually, I know it's not going to work. My game plan is going to be making an ottoman or a chair. Not an ottoman, a chair that goes along with this. So almost like there was two pieces of matching furniture that got brought down into the basement. And my goal with the chair is actually just to truncate the sofa here and bring this arm in to the point that it is only one cushion wide. Now, I tried to set up the pattern in the back here so that would be doable. And ideally, what I'd like to be able to do is underneath where I've got the strap, swap from one mesh to the other. So I'm going to see if that's going to work. I just need to get to a point where I'm pleased with this enough that I can call it a day. I think I'll call this a day. I think it'll be good enough. So I'm going to go and spit out my textures. So let's go grab a folder. Projects. Cabin in the Woods. Textures. Sofa. Select folder. This is going to be Unreal 4 packed. PNG is fine. Everything else is fine. Export. All right, so step one, go check out how this works inside the engine. So I've got my textures, which is good. Let's go to the engine, and I'm going to go to close the mega scans and go into my meshes folder. And in here, I'm going to import the couch. Like so. Everything should be good with that. And bring it into the world here. And just make sure that scale-wise it makes sense. Yeah, scale-wise it makes sense. We're going to go to textures and materials. And I'll start importing. Cabin in the woods, textures, sofa. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make myself a folder for each asset that I make and bring in. I don't know why I need that level of organization, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Nope, I just fucking brought the sofa in. That were stupid. Cabin in the woods, textures, sofa, sofa. Okay, so let's create a new material now. I don't yet have a master material for my stuff. So this will be that. MA underscore PBRM. Physically based metallic. We'll go in here. And the sofa's textures are going to come in. Actually, before I do that, let's turn this off. And then grab these things and bring them in here. In here. And we have A, R, M, normal, base color, convert to parameter, base color, and for some reason I can't hold shift the right amount of time. Convert to parameter, and convert to parameter. Save this. Now, I'm obviously going to be doing a little bit more to my master material than this, but that will be a good starting point. Meshes. And I'm going to assign the texture in the mesh editor and not in the world. One beat up fugly couch. And that'll texture it in the world in the right way. So now I'm going to go place it somewhere. And again, my goal here is to get to a point where I'm blocking up most of this middle section. And that's what I want to use these big meshes for. So I'm going to place this here. And let's see what it looks like with the light baked into it. It's going to be dark, but that's okay. Okay with dark. Ooh, that's... It's mighty dark. So I may have to bring up the level of ambient lighting in the room a little bit. I mean, when there's a little bit more dust in the way, it's not bad. Okay, let's see if we can make a an armchair out of this now. So close this and this and this. Yeah, so one of the things that's happening right now is that, like, I have my lights set to production. If we go into build and we go to lighting quality, I am set to production. I've got my lights set at the highest level. However, what those highest levels are literally just come from a document. There is a config file that tells the engine what the settings are for each one of these things. And what I typically do is actually I'll bounce the production levels up 10 or 20 times. Gives me a much better looking light bake. So things like this, where this little spot is here, we're going to get bounced light from there onto this. The other thing that I've been avoiding doing, because I'm trying to do it without it, only because I know most of my students are not going to be in that position. I don't have RTX. I don't have ray tracing turned on. And I know as soon as I turn it on, the whole world's going to look gorgeous. But I've been avoiding doing that because I know that most of the students, when they play this, will not have RTX cards, or not all of them will. And so that's one of those things that I think would be not all that important to turn on. I mean, I also went and put it someplace really dark. And if I go make a copy of this and go here, let's make a copy over here. So if I go put a copy here underneath the light, and I build this one. This should give me, you know, a little bit closer to what I was getting in Substance Painter in terms of the looks. But again, like, I'm making a dark and dank and moody basement. And so, you know, I don't want to be surprised when it's dark. So there, that's what it looks like, you know, in a lit area where the light is just right here above it. And it fits, like it's a lot closer to what you would expect it to look like. And so, you know, it's not bad there. It's just really, really dark where it is here. And I you know, I'm not committed to it being there. I'm not even committed to the lights being where they are right now. I just kind of threw them in to begin with. I'd always thought that there was going to be a light down the center somewhere. And so, you know, maybe I do that as a means of brightening it up. But yeah, it looks pretty decent. As I mentioned, I want to make a chair. So let's see if I can do this now in a way that's going to make sense. So this file has already been saved. And here's what I need to do. I need to move it. So in the middle of the cushion, I should have set it up so that there was a point here, one of the nubs. And what I want to do is I want to use that nub and this nub and marry them so that I end up with a duplicate of this. So first thing I'm going to do is delete the middle cushion. Like so. I'm going to go in here. Now, this stuff all got joined, but I think it's going to be okay. So what I want to do is I want to select all of the polygons behind this row of stuff. And if I plan this out correctly, I built the couch with the thought that I was going to be doing this. And so this is where we actually see if my idea will actually work. I don't know that it will, but this is where we'll see. And I have to go in here. I'm actually just trying to get enough that if I delete it, I'll get a full stripe couch. Okay. Let me see. That should be, yeah, a full contiguous group of polygons. So I'm going to delete that. I'm now going to delete straps that touch them as well. Oh, there's one more. Oh, this thing is attached. Shit. Okay, we're going to detach the cushions. I forgot that I attached it together for the bake. Which, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I just wish I'd been paying attention. I just saved it over that mesh. Which, I mean, I can always import the one that I brought into Painter. Not the end of the world. Okay, polygons. This has to go in here and delete. Okay. So I've got a full stripe now. I'm going to have to put a cut here. Oh, that's okay. Mental note, I won't be able to use the back of the chair. I wasn't planning that correctly. No, screw you. Okay, so this is where my plan didn't. There we go. So what I'm going to have to do, even though I'm going to bring over this other set of polygons, I'm going to have to redo the UVs on this chunk. Which, again, not the end of the world if that happens. I will be able to correct it. Something I wasn't thinking well enough ahead. Okay, so let me unhide all again. Okay, so I'm in a good spot. So now what I need to do is detach the same segment from this one. So that's the middle nub, which is this one. And I need to go through here and up. Okay, and then it's going to go this way. To here. And if I plan this correctly, I won't have to retexture anything. I should be able to just merge these two halves together. Or I guess they're not halves, they're going to be like sixths. But I should be able to merge these two things together and just end up with a chair again. If I did this correctly. Again, I'm trying to make sure I don't delete anything I need. I should be able to go down here, and here, and here. Okay. I can delete that. I can delete this. Again, I gotta double check. This gets deleted. Okay, so what that should give me now is a middle chunk that can delete. Face can delete. And I should now have armchair. So do this. Hey, Raina, how you doing? I'm going to go and weld this together now. Like so. That should, if I unhide, I'm going to have to squish the, I have to squish that part, the cushion, in a little bit. It's a little narrower than I expected it to be. Okay, so that's step one. Now this guy, I need the other arm piece as well. Okay, so this can get deleted. Excellent. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. If I go look at the UVs. Nope, they're still completely separate. I'm being very careful because I obviously don't want to mess up the UVs, right? If I do that, then this is all for naught. But I was very careful to hide things in places where I would be able to do this. Okay, so I need the corner and out one. It's the middle one and then one. The middle one and then one. So let's do this. There's the middle one. And I can delete those two. Okay. So I've got one more row out. So those and those. I've got a button and I've got a button. So I think that's all I need. Again, if I did this correctly. Now, I do this. And vertices. I'm using snaps here to try and line this back up. And I should be able to get that into the right place. Hopefully. So this, I've got overlap here. Two of these, those. And two of those. One. Okay. See the fruits of my labor here. And it lines up. Okay. I can delete this cushion. Again, this cushion is just going to get squished in a little bit to the point that it fits. I'd hope to have made that an actual third, but whatever. It is what it is. Now, I had a plan for the bottom here too. I just don't recall what the fuck it was. I think I have to scale the bottom to make it fit. Okay, let's start with this guy. And the goal here was to remove, okay, let's take just the baseboard. The goal with this was going to be to remove these. And weld this back into place. That's the one place I'm going to get a seam. Is going to be right here. But I'm hoping that's hidden away enough that it won't be noticed. I'm going to grab these. They're going to come in. Where do I have? Right against that. There. And that should be that part. I'm going to move the feet over, and I got to move this thing over. So this is where I'm mismatched a little bit here, and I didn't do this well enough. This center beam is obviously not centered, but I think the plan here with this, these are all separate, is to detach that side, leaving the piece over top that's going to hide the seam. And, okay. Let's do it this way. Let's detach this. Suck. Okay. So what I want to do here is leave the cap and leave the cap. Those two things are going to be important. And it should be... Can't delete this, but I can detach it. Max keeps closing my menus on me, which is completely annoying. Okay, so this one's got to go here. Let's do this in the front view. Those edges line up to the top of that. These edges line up to that. Okay, and the goal here was that I should be able to now find a length of this that does fit in. Does not look like there is any. Okay. So what I'll do instead, stretch it. That's the tall one. That's the tall one. That's where the stretching has to go. Stretching has to go. Okay, again, not ideal, but I can make it work. So what I need to do is take this mesh, find its center point, and that's the center of my chair. Now if I take this and I place that... Oh. Wait, what? Try that again, possibly. X, this value, this thing, X value. No? What in Sam hell is going on? Okay, I need to reset the X form all of this because XYZ broken and I can't figure out why. Okay, this vertice, negative 68, 486. Where's my grid? Negative 6, that makes sense. Negative 68. Okay. And I take this mesh, and its pivot is right in the middle. That's where it should be. It's telling me it's at 0, 0, 0. What the hell? There's something wrong with its pivot point. There we go. That's what I want. And I'll take this guy. And this should go there. And I'm going to wait to move that one. Move that one later. So what I should be able to do now, let's do this with just those 3 meshes selected. I'm going to do this with soft selection. No, I'll do it with just this. And X, W, L, and this one over here. So it stretched it out a little bit, but I don't think anyone's going to be the wiser. Okay. If I go back to these guys now, I don't need any of this. I'll bring the feet back over. Okay. I need to move this piece over the seam. That's along with the side of the arm. Side of the arm. Okay. If I've done this correctly, the back is whole. Okay, so this is where I've got a UV fix that I'm going to need to do. Those polygons there, this one, and this one, they don't match up. So the only thing I can do here is pick where the seam is going to go. And I can't do much else. So I'm going to move the seam to there, I think. This should work. I've been wrong before. Okay, snap this. And we're going to weld that. This. Okay. Rotatable poly. And now, try it out. Export selected. I'm going to put this in the same sofa folder. We'll call it armchair. Warning, material export failed. Well, why do you have a material on you? That. So this is the kind of modeling I want to do within this environment, where I'm trying to get a lot out of a few. And hopefully that's what happens, is that I model one or two things and I can end up getting more out of it. And so that's the idea. Import. So there's my armchair, which, thought I left a couch there. Guess I did not. So let's go put an armchair here. Let's move this guy. Let's slide him out of the way. I'll put an armchair here. Ooh, that has to get fixed. Effect pivot. Center to object. And then we are going to move that over. Reset X form, convert to poly, and export again. Now, mental note, do not save this file. Otherwise, I got no more sofa. It's better. Okay, so let's just go put this one here. I don't actually set it into the wall. Let's go find our material. And assign it. Survey says. No seams. Well, you know, except for the one bad one that I just didn't think far enough ahead, or I wasn't thinking completely. I was, you know what, I was overly concerned about the rest of this thing. But, yeah, that is absolutely brilliant. Not even the slightest indication of any kind of duplication. Okay. Now I'll just go build my lighting again. And I'm pleased with that. Yes, sir. I think I like it. All right. Go have a look-see. Yep. It definitely looks like a chair. Oh, and actually, in-game, the couch looks way better. Okay, I gotta build some shelving. I don't know how many of you were here from the beginning, but one of the changes I made to the project from Friday to this weekend, over the weekend, was the inclusion of my kids in this project, and we recorded some audio. So I've got a couple of little tidbits here. I think the couch looks small, eh? Yeah, I guess this dude couldn't really lie down on it. I could probably scale it up. Even the chair guy could scale up too. If I look at his width, He's a little small for the chair too, so maybe I'll scale them both up a little bit. Now, the audio I recorded with my kids is absolutely brilliant. They both wanted to take part in this. My daughter more than my son. She was very taken by this. And so we recorded a little bit of audio that at random places there is little tidbits of additional audio. So when I pass by this wooden post here, you'll hear my daughter, which is creepy as fuck. I love that. And then when you go by the stairs, you can hear my son, though this one is far more subtle. I see you. That's my son whispering, "I see you." And then over on this flight of stairs, there's snarling. And then over here, yeah, so really, really creepy audio. But yes, Bray, I agree with you completely. These are not the height that they should be. So here's what I'm going to do is we're going to bring the dude in as a placeholder so I can just scale this stuff up. So let's lock this. That's obviously too big. I think that's probably good. So yeah, so the goal with that audio is I'm going to make it so that it, right now I've got one blueprint playing each of the songs, each of the audio tracks. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add all of the audio tracks as a list. And whenever you go near one of those things, one of the markers, I'm just going to randomize which one of the audio things gets played. So it's not always the same ones. Let me put about the lighting here again. Now, the other thing, too, is that Mr. White Robot Metal Guy here is not going to be the playable character when this thing is done. I'm going to grab Scott that I've been working on from Mask and have him walking around because it's not creepy to have a white robot walking around, but to have an 11 or 12-year-old boy walking around, I think that'll be a lot creepier. Oh, that's creepy. There's two of me. Yeah, so I think that works a little bit better. But yeah, I absolutely love this audio of my daughter is my favorite thing in the whole world. God, I love that. I was saying earlier that we had a hard time recording it because she kept wanting to act like she was creepy, and she just wasn't hitting it. She's not a good actor. And so I just moved the microphone away from her and I tickled her while it was recording. And that is the result, which is just super creepy. I love it. Okay. So I'm pleased with those. So I've got a couch and a chair. Now I don't want this to look like it's a living room setup that someone like just stopped using. The idea is that this is furniture that someone would have brought down here. And so it means that I might, I'm going to clutter stuff against it and whatnot. So next, I'm going to do maybe an armoire or some shelving. And yeah, I think maybe the shelving, because if I make the shelving modular, I'll be able to use it a little bit more. So if I make something kind of like a big wall shelf, there's going to be the washer and dryer that go here. I don't think I like this guy. This is a silo that I found on Megascans, and I thought it would fit as a water heater kind of thing, but it's not a water heater. It's a fucking silo, and so I'm gonna get rid of it. I still have to put more beams across the top too. I just kind of built a couple of them and then stopped there, but yeah, I want to keep going in and plotting out stuff that's going to fill up room. I think what I'm going to do is move the couch up to narrow the walkway here and put shelving in behind it, which will, I think, also kind of work a little bit better. So let's go see. I got to find some shelving now. So let's do a look for maybe barnyard shelving and see. I want to find something kind of rustic and old looking. You know, this is, well, most everything that you're going to find when you start looking up shelving is going to be like useful stuff that people use, and that's not what I want. Let's see if we can find abandoned shelving. And we're getting closer, so I'm getting a lot of like this, which is closer to what I want. I don't see much in terms of being able to turn that into something modular, though. And this is what I'd like the beam and board construction, that I could make more than one of them. Oh, and doing something like this too, where it's damaged and saggy, would be awesome. So maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll try and make a modular one that will just work as like the default shelf. And then I'm going to make one that's kind of collapsed and bent, and I can kind of, look at that. That's beautiful too. And so, yeah, I'll make kind of a damaged one too that I can use in some other places. I'm also looking at doing cobwebs. I've been looking at the options I have for cobwebbing, and I've got some pretty neat options that I just don't quite yet know how it's going to work. Here, why don't I show you that? Let's go make some cobwebs really quick. So I'm going to reset this without saving so that I still get my couch. So the cobwebbings work best if you put them in a corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build an artificial corner. And I'll do this by just building a box. And I'm going to convert this to an editable poly. And I'm going to delete 3 of the sides so that I have a corner, like so. I'm going to go and throw a spline in the middle center here. And then I'm going to convert this to an editable spline. And I've got a plugin for 3ds Max that is going to create cobwebs out of this. And it's called, of all things, cobwebs. And when you click this, I can hit the plus to add geometry to the cobwebs, in this case, my box. I can pick the amount of size and the amount of subsplines that I get. I'm going to bring this up to 60. I want a lot of cobwebs in here. And main splines 20. I'm going to bring this up to 40. And yeah, let's generate splines. And this, you can see, generates this kind of cobwebby thing in the inside the geometry. So the idea, this is now, this replaced the circle that was here and is now a spline that looks like this. And so I just delete the box and that goes and fits inside a corner really, really well. They have different options here. This was random. I'm going to try radial. And you get something that looks a little bit more like that. And then lastly, there's spiral, which will do that kind of thing. And so what I might do is generate a few of these things in a way that allows me to get them to work in the way that I want them to work. What's the other one? Target. I don't want to target. Radial. Just a matter of getting a shape that I'm happy with. Every time I hit generate here, it's going to make a new shape. I think I like the spiral ones better. Let's do some spacing noise. Whoa! It's too much noise. Let's try and bring the steps up a little bit. So that lagged out on me. But I'm going to see if I can't bring this into the engine and actually make it render as though it were spiderwebs or cobwebs. I might have to regenerate this, though. It's chugging a bunch. It's interesting. I really only took the steps up a couple of nodes. Might have broken Max. Go to Maya here. Let's delete the couch from Maya. Whoa! Holy shit, son. Okay, so 5 was stupid. I'm going to change this one to order. Surface is fine. Smooth is fine. Let's regenerate this again. And that's a little bit better. I don't like that it's got this one point in the center, though. I like that I'm starting to get the branching. Yeah, ivy's of no use to me. Order does nothing. Okay. Let's try it with Bezier's instead of... That's not too bad. Anyway, let me get one of these things. Find a shape here that I like. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to convert this to an editable spline and delete the box. And what I have now is a spline. Now, what I want, you'll notice that there are 2 colors of spline points here. There are yellow points and there are white points. Now, the yellow points are the beginning points of a spline. And if I wanted to use physics on this, I would have to make sure that all the yellow points touch the wall and nowhere else. But because I have intersections like this, that's not going to be possible. So we won't be able to put physics on this. I won't be able to get it to move. Let me go to geometry. And it's in the corner here. So I'm just going to have to place it. Oh, you know what? I can get this to line. I'm going to put it there. Where's my 0? That one's 0. 4K monitor. I can barely see these friggin' lines. Max does such a bad job of scaling its UI. Okay. So what I've done here is I've just moved it so that the corner from which this thing was built is now actually at the origin. So if I affect the pivot point and we origin this, Now, granted, this is going to be a big-ass cobweb, but it should still work. So we're going to go File, Export Selection, and I'm going to export this as an alembic file. That's an ABC file, alembic, like so. And we're going to call this cobweb corner 01. Since I may make several of these, I'm in the FBX folder, so that's fine. Ogawa is fine, and export. Now, this may have to turn the plugin on to work in here, but we'll give this a try. So I'm going to go meshes. I'm going to make a folder for all my cobwebs. COBWEBS importe, and let's see if that cobweb comes in. Okay, so it's not coming in the way that I want it to, so I'm going to cancel it out. Okay, so there's a couple of settings here I have to change in order to... All right, dude, we'll see you in 20. So there's a couple of things that I need to change here in order to make this work. So I'm going to go to project settings, and I'm going to make sure that render skin cache let's type skin cache. Okay, that's fine. And what else do I need? There's something else that I'm missing. Groom. I'm not typing. Groom. Groom. Nope. Somewhere in here. Okay. So I want the compute skin cache. Support compute skin cache on. I know that's going to require a restart. Oh, that's what the other ones are. Okay. This is plugins, and it's under geometry. There you are. And it's the alembic. Yes. And groom. Yes. Okay. Restart now. Save selected. So what this is going to do is it's going to allow the import of the alembic file in a way that will allow me to use it, which right now, if I bring it in, it's going to try to come in as a static mesh or a skeletal mesh, neither of which is what I want. I actually want it to come in a slightly different way so that I can use it. Yeah, we can discard that. So that we can use it as cobwebs. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm bringing the splines in and pretending that they're hair. And the idea is that I just set up my own material on them to make them look more like cobwebs instead of hair. Without having a skeletal mesh attached to them, they won't be physics-based, so they won't move. And that's not entirely a bad thing. Okay, maps. Go back in here in my cobwebs folder, and I should now be able to import that alembic file. Cobwebs 1, and it should now read it. There we go, as groom. So cool. Import. So I now have this groom file, and what I'm going to do is find myself a corner. I want to find a corner that's lit to test this out. And I'm just going to drag that alembic in. hereabouts. And what it's going to give me, now the rotations are off. Oh, that's bizarre. 90 and 90, actually. Might actually be the right rotation. If I do this and bring this up to the ceiling, so there it is there. Now the idea with this, it's got a material on it, which I need to go select my Alembic file. There it is there. So it's got a hair material on it at the moment, which is not at all what I want. And so I'm going to go and make my own. There's a kind of default material that it puts on Alembic files. So I'm going to go create my own master cobweb. So the first thing that I want to do is tell this thing that it should be used with hair strands, like so. And let's play around with the color here. I don't know what the color is going to be, but we'll give it a color. And I'll plug that into color. I'm going to give it a... No. Specular roughness. So those should be the only things that I need. Like so. The only thing that I might do as well is to just give it a tangent. Actually, let's leave it for now. Let's see what we can do with this. Let's make the color kind of a whitish gray. I'm going to save this, and that should now work on there. What? Okay, what am I missing? Oh, this has to be hair. I'm going to have to add scatter and backlit in here too to make this work, I think. Oop, there we go. So now I have my cobweb material on there. And we can see that right out of the gate, I'm getting some kind of, let's turn this mode on. So I'm not getting enough color out of this. Right now it looks more like it's black, even though the color I've got in there is white. Specularity is at 0, so let's bring this up to 1. That's going to make it shinier. And the roughness is all the way at 0. I'm going to bring the roughness up to 0.5. 0.125. Let's bring it down a little bit. Okay. Let's bring that specular back down. Let's make it not shiny. Try and make it matte. And let's bring the roughness all the way up. Make it rough. So we just end up with white stringy goodness. We'll save that. Now, the other thing that I can do with the Alembic here is when I have it selected... Oh, there's actually a lot more of it than I thought there was. Apparently, where I placed it was not where I thought I was placing it. Move it out here. Yeah, it's bigger than I thought it was. That. So that's not too bad. The other thing that I can do with it here, if I go and select that Alembic, is that I have the ability of playing around with how thick it renders, which is in here somewhere. I don't need to bind it to anything. Physics, I don't care. Collision, I don't care. Room description. There it is. Hair width. So I'm at 0.1 right now. And to kind of show you what you can do with this, I can bring it up. There's 1. You can see it's making it quite thick. And that's not the end of it. Even though the slider stops at 1, I can actually, there's 1. There's 12. You can see I can actually go make it render like that, which now it does not look like anything. But anyway, I want to take this down to the point that it looks like cobwebs. It's not too bad. I might go up just a little bit. Not you. This. That was 0.01. Let's try 0.05. Just make it a little bit. Maybe too much. 0.025. Cut it. Yeah, now we're talking. And that definitely starts to give me the impression of there being something there, cobweb-wise, which is just lovely. And so again, I can make a handful of these things for different scenarios, right? So this one I made for a corner. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm not sure that's supposed to happen. Let me go build my lighting. Make sure that's not a lighting artifact. But I've got something that reads as being cobwebs now, and so the nice thing is that I'll be able to kind of lay this almost everywhere in this world and make it look, you know, a little bit more alive again, which will be really nice. Okay, let's hit play, and let's go see this thing full screen. So that's worth noting. Whenever it pops on screen, there is some lag. And it definitely renders incorrectly at first. Or always. So I don't know how convincing of that. Yeah, see there, it looks good. That creeped me out. See, right now it looks fantastic, but every now and then... Okay, so I think that's a shader issue. In that it's the backscatter amount. Which you can see here, like we're getting glows in some areas where it brightens up. And so I think this is the backscatter, which I can go and plug in. I just essentially want to bring this to be flat. And then the backlit and ambient occlusion. So the backlit, I'm going to leave it at 0. The scatter, I need to bring to 1. That's giving me just a white color now. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to plug a tangent in here. And, see, these don't have UVs, so the tangent doesn't really make a lot of sense. But let's try it out anyway. -1 on the tangent. Okay. Let's give that a whirl. So there's definitely lag when it pops on screen for the first time. let me what the hell's my FPS? Not stat FPS. Okay. Anyway, I don't think this is gonna work. It's a shame because it does really look good. But if I'm getting a performance hit and lagging out every time the camera gets it on screen, it's definitely not going to be one of those things that I can throw all across the map because we'll just get lag everywhere. So we'll have to find a another solution for this. Which, again, not the end of the world. So let's grab the cobwebs from the world and delete them. And we'll hit save all. And then I'll delete the cobwebs folder. The content gone. It's sad that I had good hopes for that. Okay. Okay, so time to start building shelving here now that I can use almost everywhere. So back into 3ds Max, delete that. Go back here. I don't think there's anything in my world, is there? There is not, so this shouldn't matter. So we're gonna go see. I did a search earlier for abandoned shelf or shelving, and I think I might do a search here for abandoned shelf to see if there's anything different. Search. And just see what else comes up here in the search. Doesn't look like I'm going to find too much different, but essentially the construction that I want for this thing is. That's the kind of color tone I'm aiming for. Browns. It's funny though, every time I see something I'm like, oh, that's what I want. I want to get that. It tends to be like video game art every time I see it. It kills me. That's that same shelf. Okay. Oh, see, this might be fun too. Make some really old, kind of industrial shelving too. Hey, that'd be good because then I can, like, that's another asset I can reuse in a couple of places. And so if I do one of those and I do something wood, I should have. Excuse me. I think that'll do me if I get enough of that going. So the trick here is going to be assembling a shelf that doesn't just look angular. And so let's see the best way to do this. I'm going to, in terms of the construction, I'm going to do it out of boxes here. So let's go to the top view. I want this to be an 8-foot tall shelf. Where's my origin? I think that's my origin. So I'm going to make something really simple here as a 2x4. So we're going to go 5.8, 10.16, and 200. 143.84. So what we have here is an 8-foot tall 2x4. Which I think will work nicely. I'm not going to care right away where I put this. But I am, before I convert it to an editable poly, I'm going to make a copy of it. I'm going to name the first one 2x4. And I'll name the other one plank. Okay. So the plank is going to be the shelving for this object. Let's see, shelf board. Let's see how big these things are. I want to get something that looks and feels right. 8 inches. 8 foot by 24 inches. By 1/4 inch. Okay. So, that's going to make this 0.635. That's 1/4 inch. I'm going to leave it at 8 feet. And 24 inches is 60.96. Okay. Let's rotate that 90 degrees. And now we have the building blocks of the shelf. Now, this is obviously a very stupid low poly currently asset. And I don't want it to be. I actually want to have a little bit more character into this, which is going to include screwing up the 2x4s a little bit and making them feel a little bit more like wood than having them perfectly 90-degree angles everywhere, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. I do want to go see I closed my reference. So I want to go back into my reference here and see the construction of some of these shelves in terms of how they're put together. That's gorgeous too. So here the boards are cut and they've got a board in between. So not very 2x4. This is a little bit more like I like. Actually, in this one, it looks like they've used 2x4s across as well. Instead of the plank. So that actually might be a better thing to do. Because then what I can do is make the whole goddamn thing out of 2x4s. And just have a texture that's just 2x4s. Which I think will be a lot easier to do. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete that guy, and I think what I'll do is instead of using a board, I'm going to cut the 2x4 in half to make the planks. So that'll be 2.54. And that'll give me, if I rotate this down, that'll give me what I need to make the shelves. Now, let's see how that thing was put together again. There's another 2x4 running across. And then all the boards sit on it. Okay, easy enough. I don't need 2 of these. Okay, mental note. This is an 8-foot tall board. Keep that in mind. And again, the whole point of this is to make this shelf big enough that yeah, I think that's gonna work. So if I do that, I'm gonna hold shift and let's make 4 copies, 5 copies. So I'll make 6 boards. I think that's going to work. And I'm going to make a copy of my 2x4 that goes up, back, and I'm going to make a copy of these at the other end. Now, this is not all of the shelf, obviously, but it's going to be all of the unique items. So in having 6 boards across the top here, what I can do is I can make several shelves going down, reordering the boards so that I don't end up with the same wood pattern all the way down. I'm going to cut one of these, which is going to go diagonal across here. Actually, maybe since that's going to be a unique board, I'll make a unique board. So this is going to be what holds the shelf together. There's another 2x4 in here. And this one, convert to this to editable poly. Actually, convert it all to editable poly. I'm going to bring this back about here. And then, yeah, this will look like a very crudely constructed shelf, which I think will read really well. Like so. So I'm gonna have to remember when I texture this, it might not be a bad idea to throw some nails in here. Maybe I'll make a nail mesh that I'll throw in there. And again, I should be able to put a couple of these side by side. I did this backwards on this side. I want these guys to go inside. No. I want the whole damn thing to go inside. So that the shelf ends like that. Okay. So that's how I'm going to make the shelf. And again, these are going to be all my unique elements here. Which is going to work quite nicely. So what I'm going to do is convert this to an editable poly. And in order to start making it feel a little bit more wooden and what have you, we're going to go to the best application in the world. And we're going to make them look wooden. We'll see how much of this ZBrush imports. So I can brought them all in. 12 boards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, that's totally right. Okay, so there's my shelf in ZBrush. So the idea now is to add a little warble to this. A little bit of, oh, they're all separate subtools. That's unique, which we don't want. So we're going to go to merge and merge down and say always do this. And bop, 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 bop. We got one shelf again, a rainbow shelf. And so the idea is going to be now to Dynamesh this. I'm going to turn on Dynamesh. But I'm going to make sure I keep groups on in Dynamesh, because I don't want to actually start merging the pieces of wood together. I want them all to remain separate pieces of wood. So by keeping group on and turning on Dynamesh, that'll ensure that that happens, so that each color that you see should remain its own thing. Now, I left the resolution where it was because I didn't know where that was going to be. And judging by how long it's taking ZBrush to do this, an 8-foot shelf by 8 feet across is too big for 128 units. And so that's going to be one of them there things that I'm probably going to have to do this again, because I don't think ZBrush is coming back from this. So we shall try this again now. Edit in ZBrush. And so I'm going to bring the resolution way down. Now, if you've ever created anything in ZBrush, made a Z-sphere block out for a character or anything like that, you know that ZBrush's scale is very, very small. Yes, I'm aware you crashed. So let's go back up in here, grab this guy, merge down, always do this, and merge the whole goddamn thing again. Draw it on screen, go and check it out. Turn on my polygroups, make sure they're polygroups. This time, before we go into the Dynamesh, I'm going to kill the resolution. I'll bring it down to 8. And I think even this at 8 is going to be painful. So what I might have to do is to normalize the mesh. At least Dynamesh is actually starting. But it telling me that it's going to take 2 minutes to Dynamesh this is probably a good thing. So again, this is just a scale mismatch. Dynamesh works on the scale of your model. It projects a grid in X, Y, and Z onto your mesh. Wherever that grid hits your mesh, that's where your new polygons go. And so if you've got a ginormous shelf like I do, and you project a grid onto that, if that's an 8-foot shelf, like that's going to be a ton of polygons on there. Whereas, if I bring the scale of this thing down and reproject it, it'll work a little bit better. Just means that I have to scale the end result back up when I bring it inside of 3ds Max. My polygon count right now is like not even 100. Let's go see how dense that is. Oh, that's dense. Boy, that's dense. Okay, so we're gonna hit undo. Yeah, I'm gonna hit undo and hopefully get out of that. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to deformation and I'm gonna hit unify. And now this is actually gonna work a lot better. So that's no good. Let's turn the groups on, and now I can bring the resolution up. And so I'm watching my polygon count here. I'm just a little below 1 million. I'm at 700,000, and this should be nice actually. So I'm going to use the move topological brush, and all I'm going to do is fix the boards. So I'm going to do this. The move topological brush will only move things that are topologically connected. So my idea here is to just kind of go and straighten the boards out. And by straighten, I mean not even a little bit straight, but just kind of add a little bit of that natural wobble that you see in 2x4s. I don't want them to be crooked. I don't want them to be like crazy bent. I just need it to kind of a little bit approximate that 2x4 shape. And the other thing, like I have to be able to build the shelves out of this. And so I need to make sure that I'm not, bending them to the point that I can't get them back. I just want to make sure that, if ever you look down the length of this board like this, that's what you should see. That's what you get in a 2x4. This is why 2x4s suck. Is that there's just a natural warping of the wood and whatnot. And again, the older the wood is, the more you're going to get that kind of happen. The other thing that this is going to be really, really nice for is when I start building the shelves here on the inside, it's going to give me uneven gaps in between them, which again, if I get this anywhere near one of the lights, it's going to show that off quite a bit. Now, I do have them really close together here, which means I'm going to end up having to enlarge these boards here, this one and this one, in order to make sure that that gap remains consistent while I warp the boards. I need to stretch those out. I'm going to isolate this one and this one. And Go to move and bring these guys back. So I just want to make sure that I have enough. Gonna work. Okay, mask, bring back. Damn it. Go. I just want to make sure that I'm leaving enough gap in between them, the boards up here, that I can move them. And with all of the warped that's in here, just give them some more spacing. There. Just to account for the warping of the boards, I want to make sure that I've got a little bit more gap in between them. So again, I'm on my move topological here, and the idea is to just go and give this a little wiggle, wobble, move it around. Make sure that it's not straight anywhere. And again, your litmus test for this is to go and look down the length of those boards, and you can see how wobbly and crazy they are. Which is absolutely beautiful. And I want to make sure that the same thing happens here in this direction. That they're not... well, that's good. A little bit of a sag in there, too. And the really nice thing about this is that I'm just doing this to do the high poly and texture grabbing. But once that's done, I can go and manipulate these a lot more as well. And so it should give me... Yeah, see, again, those are starting to look and feel a little bit more like boards. Next is this guy, and he too just needs to be a little warpy. Which will give me something, again, that just kind of reads a little bit correct. Actually reads as being boards. Boop, boom, boom, ba-da-da-bum. And go wibble and wobble. Play with your wood. There we go. All right. I think that'll suffice. Now, one of the interesting things about working in this way is that I started off way too low poly, far lower than I ever wanted this thing to be. And I ended up bringing it far higher than I'd ever want it to be. And I'm going to end up going back down, but going back down in a way that makes sense. Let me show you this. I'm going to turn off the Dynamesh now, and I'm going to go to Z-Remesh. And I'm at 700,000, and I want to Z-Remesh this all the way down to, in terms of thousands, maybe 1,000 polys. And we'll see what that looks like. So I'm going to Z-Remesh it. I should have turned on Keep Groups. Though, because none of these meshes actually are interpenetrating, well, Z-Remesh can't do what Dynamesh does, so they won't merge the meshes. But the idea here is that this is just going to give me something that still wobbles, is still imperfect. It looks like I didn't wobble two of the boards. Which again is not the end of the world. You can see here that it also didn't do a good job there on the end of one of the boards. Which, again, that's okay. I can fix that. I just needed to get close enough. So I'm just going to go and wobble these about a little bit here. Again, just to kind of break them up a little bit. Okay, so let's see what we've got. I think it's going to work nice. The only one that really bothers me is that one. I want to see what the topology looks like. So they've done a really bizarre thing on that one. It isn't ideal. Let's see what happens on the other end. It's coming from underneath. I think that'll be okay. I think I'm just going to treat it as the wood is all fucked up like that. And so, there we have it. There's my wood. I group by normals here. And the reason for that is to just give myself a little bit of a helping hand doing UVs. So I'm going to go Z plugins, UV master, turn on polygroups, and unwrap this. And then we can go and go Z this back into max. So we head back into max. We have itty bitty baby shelf. And its full-size counterpart. So all I got to do now is just scale this little one up until it's the size of the other one. Turn that off. Line it up a little bit smaller. There we go. That'll be close enough. Again, I don't need it to be absolutely perfect. Just needed to be close enough. Let's go and fix the materials. So, remove materials. And we now have something that's going to read very much as being flippity floppity wood. I need to make a high poly of this in order to ZBrush it, or ZBrush it, in order to substance paint it. Before I do, however, this is convert this over. I want to fix the edge on this guy, so the stuff here that was not ideally set up. And it looks like I just want to take all of these polygons here and just line them up in X. Like so. And I don't want them to be perfectly straight, so we'll go and just wobble them a little bit. And that should read as being a flat end on a 2x4. Okay. So now that I have that, let's go and edit the UVs. And I want to pack these a lot better than they were packed. In fact, I'm going to want to re-UV them all together. And it's going to make more sense to do this here in Max than it will inside of Maya. So we'll stay inside of 3ds Max for this. And essentially what I want is every board to have its own set of UVs. Now, when I did what I did inside of ZBrush, it did a decent job of splitting these things up, but there's a few places where it's just not. Ooh, this. What the? I don't know where the hell that's going. That should just. There we go. Looks like a lot of these things got split. Now, it's one edge. That's why it's not working. It looks like a lot of them got split on me. Which, again, not the end of the world. Not sure why that happened. Brush doesn't typically make breaks like that. It's not the end of the world. I fix it easy enough. It's a little confusing. Those are ends. Yeah, it's like every board got split towards the end of it. So I plan on filling a lot of the room with this shelf. And not, what the hell? And not just this shelf. What did I do there? Well, that was some kind of a mistake. Let's go to edges here and fix that. This, you, this, you. All right. So yeah, I plan on filling a good chunk of the room here with this stuff. I want to have shelves just about everywhere. Most of the totems are going to be found on the shelves. And so this is going to be a fairly important mesh. And again, I plan on using it to add the structure of the room. And so wherever I can assemble this in a way that makes sense. I went and did all of this. Now they're all friggin' broken again. Okay. That's the wonky one, if memory serves. Yeah, that's the wonky one. So I gotta figure out where the seam is gonna go in there. Okay. So the idea here, you know what? It was probably not even worth opening them up in that way. So the idea is to go and set all of my seams here. So let's, I know I did this in ZBrush to save me time, but in the end, I'm going to say screw it to the time, and I'm going to do this in a more manageable, controlled way. So my plan here is to select an edge that's going to run down the length of the 2x4 on a corner. Open up the edges adjacent to it. And adjacent to that. So that should break. Oh, not this again. Why are you not breaking? Tool. Break. I hate when it does this. So Autodesk, in their infinite wisdom, changed the break shortcut in Max 2020 from Control B for break. I thought something stupid like Control Shift Alt R, which doesn't make any sense. And every now and then, there we go. Nope. Every now and then, oh no, it's totally working. I'm an idiot. Every now and then the seams revert, or the shortcut reverts, even though the software is not set to revert. Okay. I'm going to call that one fine. So that's essentially what I want to do with these things is pick a seam, grab 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom. Uh-oh. Don't need you. And that should lead to perfect UVs on each board. Now the one I have to worry about is the one where the edge got a little wonky. All these other ones should work nicely. Now, you're also supposed to have a 2x4, any piece of wood. The grain running along the board with an end piece. And that's the one place where this might not make a lot of sense, is I might not have that end piece. I gotta see how I'm gonna texture this. But in my mind, there ain't no end piece. I would need to make enough end pieces that we don't see repetition. And so I've got an idea on how to do this. Break that. This one, this one, this one. That one I gotta double check. This one and this one. Top, top. Okay. All these boards at once. And all I'm going to do is just lay these out here in a way that I can bring them into Substance Painter and slap some wood on them. I'm not going to be able to do the dust inside of Substance Painter. And so I'm going to do the dust elsewhere. I'm going to do it in Unreal. I'll write a Unreal shader that will allow me to put dust on the top of the boards, which will give me the effect that I need. Since, again, I'm going to be manipulating the order in which these boards appear. I can't texture the top and call it the top. It's going to change all the time. And so that'll be important to set that right. Okay, last two boards. Here, 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 and here. Break. Here, 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 and here. And break. And then the underside. And the last two seams. Yeah, this was definitely faster than using ZBrush to do it. I thought if I made the seams automatically in ZBrush that I wouldn't have to worry about setting them up in here, but in the end that wasn't the case. Okay, so that should be every board seamed correctly. So what I'm going to do is just run this for a little while and see how well it works. I might need to go inside of Maya, optimize this. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to pack them in here, convert this editable poly, and we're going to send this to Maya. So export selected. Boy, okay, FBX. This is going to be FBX, and I'll call it wooden shelf A. Since again, I'm going to make a couple of these. This is also an 8-foot long shelf, and so I am going to put like 2 more boards in the middle. I'm going to make it 2 chunks of 4 foot. Even that, I might even be able to break it further. Okay, we're done with this. Close this. And into the Great Maya we go. Import. Wooden shelf A. And there we have it. So I grabbed the whole kit and caboodle. Good naming. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go in here and let's see. Maya's relaxed now. Go to object mode, into polygon mode, and unfold. And Maya doesn't take shit from no one. And so we can go and orient this, orient this, orient this, orient this. We'll go to transform, And rotate, rotate. Let's try a layout here. So you might as the boards. I'm gonna might be worth taking the end caps off. See what mine can do with a layout. I mean, it's all rectangles. It should be pretty straightforward. Things aren't always straightforward, though. Yeah, good. Okay. Buy that for $1. File. Export selection. Wooden shelf A. Yes. Okay, back into 3ds Max. Delete wooden shelf A. Import wooden shelf A. Now, the reason I brought it out, bringing it back in, is I need to now set it up to bake inside of Substance Painter. So the way that I'm going to do this is by auto. You're broken from Maya. So I want to set up my smoothing groups here. Which looks like they worked on all but one board. Which, if I were to hazard a guess, it'd be the broken board. Anyway, I want to make a high poly version of this. So what I have to do now is detach my boards. Now, I should be good with these 4 boards remaining one object. So we're going to detach them. Start fucking one of my menus. These are going to be vert boards. Okay. And actually, I should have named that _low. Okay. God damn it. I painted everything white again. Okay. So vert boards are good. This one, I have to do every other board. And detach. And this is shelves A _low. These ones detach shelves B _low. And these ones are going to just be called cross _low. Okay. That's good. File. Export selected. And wooden shelf A. So now wooden shelf A FBX is the mesh I'm going to bring into ZBrush. Not entirely. I got to fix the pivot point, which I should do now. That's fairly simple. Just need to center the mesh a little bit. And then effect pivot only. This is for all the meshes I currently have selected. We'll just zero that. And file export selected. We'll throw this over shelf A, wooden shelf A, and call it a day. And then now that that's done, I'm going to throw a chamfer on this. Yowzers. I'm going to delete that. Let's reset the X form on this and then set the chamfer. One edge going haywire on me. Let's do from smoothing, unsmooth. And I'm going to bring the amount down until I get edges again. And then we'll add a turbo smooth with a couple of iterations. And there we have it, high poly. File, export selected, OBJB. This is going to go in my OBJ folder. And this is called shelf A. Okay, so we'll let this export, and to Painter we go. Okay, let's make sure there was no errors. There were no errors. Let's delete the modifiers. And file new. This is going to be wooden shelf A at 2K, which is good. Bring it in. We're going to go to texture set settings, 2K, bake. This guy, 2K, import the high poly, which is in the OBJ folder called shelf A. Bring my dilation up. We're going to go 8 times, mesh name, don't need anything else. Now this is an instance where I will be doing my ambient occlusion inside of Painter. Reason for that is that it's going to give me a flawed ambient occlusion, which is actually what I want. All right. Yep, that's looking pretty good. A few little hiccups here in some of these areas, but I think it'll be okay. All right. So let's go back into bake and turn on everything else. Let's do this ambient occlusion. We're going to ramp that up, and I'm going to say self occlusion only by mesh name. Curvature, yes. Position, yes. And thickness also. Rank it, and only by same mesh name. So now bake them all. So what this is going to do is bake all of my maps, and it should give me something fairly good looking. But ambient occlusion is going to take a little while. While that's going, I'm going to go explore. Wow. I just lost all performance while it bakes that map. Okay. That baked. Reference shaders. Just looking to see. I thought I had a really good wood material that I had made already that would be perfect. Absolutely on putting on these, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So it looks like all my maps baked okay, and shouldn't actually get too much artifacting on this. So I'm gonna go see what I can do about making a really old, beat up, battered looking wood. Wood ship all old. Wood ship all Nordic. Wood chest stylized. Veined. Jew. Okay, so I'm gonna go. Let's see what I can do with one of these things. Let's delete that material. And let's start with this one. And see what this is gonna do for us. I don't think it's going to do anywhere near what I wanted to do. So the first thing is that there is wood grain in this. I got to find the wood grain. Looks like the grain is going in more than one direction. So that's wood fibers here. And I gotta rotate it 90. No. 90. Make them go the right way. Dust, dirt. Wood fibers are not bound by the rotation. Let's do it up here. That too. Not doing what I want it to do. And neither one of those is allowing me to rotate the UVs. For that material, it's no bueno. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is starting to look pretty decent. There's a lot of black smudging on here, which I don't want, but the wood elements of this are reading the way that I would like them to. So let's go find out what this black smudging is. Stains. I do like the stains. I just think they're overpowered. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change that is a multiply. And I'm just going to tone it back a little bit. Like so. And that really might be all I need to do. Again, I don't really want to do much with the dirt. Because I don't want to commit to doing any one particular thing on this. I'm going to have to shader this inside of the engine. So it looks like this is actually using world projection, because those beams are getting the exact same texture and their UVs are not exactly the same. So let's go see how the stains are being applied. Grunge map, triplanar projection. That would do it. So what I'm going to do with the triplanar projection is skew it so that it's still triplanar, but we're not going to get the same pattern. What? But I just broke you. Grunge map. Oh. There are two grunge maps. We'll just skew that one too. And that way, it's really hard to get them to line up. Okay. Let's go and spit this out. I don't really need to do much else to it, because everything else I'm going to be doing is going to happen inside of the engine. So projects, cabin in the woods, textures, new folder, wooden shelves. We are going to ensure that we are using, that's the right folder, right. Setup, Unreal Packed. Everything else is fine, and export. Okay. So now the idea is actually just to assemble the shelf inside of 3ds Max before spitting it out inside of Unreal. So before I can actually create the shelf the right way, I'm going to go create a biped, and we'll create them out here. There. So that is a 6-foot tall dude. And the reason I want that in view is so I can go and do these boards in a better way. So if I take these two and hold shift, I want to see how that'll work. And we're going to rotate these 180 and 180. Okay. So that should give us different looking boards. Next, I'll grab the planks here. And I'm going to hold shift and bring them down. Shift and bring them down. Shift and bring them down. We'll try and space them a little bit better. Okay. Next, because these are all using the exact same copy of the exact same board, I need to manipulate them. Also, create a set down the middle. So let's first start by swapping these boards. I'll move these ones over here. Put these ones back here. And then I'm going to rotate these ones 180. And 180. Next, I'll make copies, which will be for the center strut. And I'm just going to reposition these. So I'll take all of them and move them up. With this one going back down to the bottom. So I'm just kind of shuffling them around so that we don't ever see the same pattern of wood. Okay, next I'll take the planks. Down. Down. And down. Okay, first things first. These guys are going to rotate 180. And these ones are going to rotate 180. I needed to get a little mixed up-ish here. Kind of straighten them out a little bit. Not perfect. Doesn't matter. I almost feel like I should put a top shelf on. Well, that one doesn't really make a lot of sense. I'm not going to be able to put anything on that. But I just feel that it looks like it needs it. Okay. Just down a little bit. Bring this up a little bit. Okay. So there is shelf A. Export selected. Shelf A. Now, this thing is pretty dense, 45,000. But I kind of need that in order to make it look good. It's going to be occupying so much of the room here that I kind of need it to, I should not have put collision on it. And I just saved it as the wrong mesh. It was the OBJ folder. Okay. Re-import. Okay. So I want to check the scale of it. And that is exactly what I was hoping for. Where it's going to be nice and big and take up a good chunk of space. Let's go bring the materials in, or the textures anyway. Import. Textures. Wooden shelves. 3 in. I should have made a folder for them. I'll do that now. These 3 guys will go in here. And we're going to turn this off. New material, MA, wooden shelves. Okay, so I now need to bring in my textures. RGB, RGB, RGB. Okay, so that's going to look pretty decent. What I want to do now is create some dust. So create a 3 texture. This is going to be the color of the dust. Maybe something in that range. I need to create a mask now that is going to eliminate anything but the top of my object. So this is done by creating a vector 3, and we use the mask of 1, which is the Z up. So the way this works is right is red, green is forward, and Z is up. And then the negative of those points in all the opposite directions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a mask of this. And I'm going to add that to this. So create a lerp. And we're going to lerp between this color and 0, which is black, with our mask. And then this gets added to this guy. I might have to do something else with this mask here to make sure that this works. That is, yeah, that's just brightening the colors. That's not what I want. Trying to remember. I've done this in the past. I remember the way that I did this. I've done this before with, actually did it as an example for a student that was a, I think they were doing it for snow. I forget what they wanted. Okay. Let's do this in a different way here. Let's set this up in a different way. So let's take the pixel normal. And this is essentially just whatever this object's normal is. So it's kind of like being able to use the normal of the object in the shader itself. And then I'm going to multiply the pixel normal by our mask, which is the RGB values here. So if I put this into the base color to show you what it does, you see that we get blue on top and nothing anywhere else. And so the idea is then to take that and we can desaturate it, or we can just plug it into a component mask. And all we're going to keep is the blue channel. And that'll give us a black and white mask. Like so. And what I can do with that is then use that as a lerp, or into a lerp, with our main color. So this goes in here, this goes in here, this goes in the mask, and this goes in here. And what that should do is it should give us dust collecting on the top of the object and the wood down below. Now, I don't want the dust to be always there. I would like it to be blotchy. And so I'm going to go into my textures here. I'm going to grab my noise and I'll bring this in here. And the idea is to then multiply this guy with a little bit of noise. So we're going to take, I think the green one is the soft one. We'll mess around with this here to see what the best result is. So anyway, I'm going to just do this. Plug this in here. So no, the green one is the harsh one. Okay, so the red one's not bad, and I think the blue one is just the one that's more grayscale. So I'm going to leave that as is for now, because it's essentially doing what I want it to do, and I'll make changes to it depending on how good or how bad it looks down the road. So let's go to the wooden shelves. there's my material. Let's take this guy and go find him. Not the material. Find the mesh. Open the mesh up. Go back into my textures and materials. And I'll take this guy and load him up here. That should give us dust on top and dark below. Not too bad. That guy's now correct. I think I want to edit this a little bit further. Let's try the red one again, which gives us splotchier. Splotchier dust. I think the other thing that I want to do is put this into the roughness. Okay, so that's going to require... No, that should be okay. It should be whatever this is being added. The rough. The idea here is that I want the dust stuff to not reflect any light. This will give me a little bit of a better idea of what we're dealing with. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think what I might do, the one last thing that I might do is I'm just going to play with the scale of that noise by putting a texture coordinate in here. And let's tile it 0.25. And I think we should be good. Yeah, that's not too bad. So I'm getting places where there's more dust than in others. But on the whole, it's doing pretty decent. We'll close that. And let's see what the shelf looks like with the light baked. The shelf does go right to the rafters, which is not a bad thing. It means I actually can put a couple of things on the top shelf. Okay, let's see what it looks like with the light built. And I'll be able to place a few of these things around the world. Deselect it and just make sure, yeah, that's going to work fine. Yeah, I dig it. 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 I think it's going to work really well. Okay, so that's where the bikes go, so I'm not going to put any there. I've got a table here that I think I'm going to move over here. We'll go and place another shelf over here. And again, I'm going to make another one of these that I am going to break a little bit, either by deforming it or having it be warped in some way. There's another shelf there. Offset it a little bit more. Put this guy back here. That's not too bad. Going to use another one here. Rotate this 90. I should take my angle snaps off as I do this. I don't want to have everything at 90-degree angles. And so if I can remove that, it'll help things out a little bit. There's another shelf. And that's going to really help to fill up the room in a hurry. Is just having a bunch of these shelves around. I can start to place stuff. Not sure how much further I can move that. Answer is about that far. That'll work like that. Alt, so 190. Move it back. Okay. That's definitely helping with that. I got a wardrobe that I'm going to build that I want to put in here. An old dresser or something. So maybe I'll put them at this end. Another one here. I don't know what shortcut I keep hitting, but every now and then I click on something and my mesh just disintegrates into nothing, goes into the ground. Seems to rotate and sink into the ground on me. I just lose it a bunch. So I think what I might do, I'm going to bring two of these things side by side. And build another set on this side. Okay, let's see how that works. Build my lighting here, and then I'll go take a run around and see what it looks like. There we have it. We'll hit play. We'll go full screen. Yeah, see, I'm getting that really nice bright beam of light now. Yes, sir. I do like it. So I'm going to put a bunch over here, too, I think. Maybe one over here. Gotta fix the collision on a lot of the meshes too. They don't, not everything is colliding the way that it should. See, I think another shelf here at the bottom of the stairs would look good too. And this is where the bikes are gonna go. I don't want to do too much else there. Not bad. It's definitely starting to feel more basement-like, which is nice. Now I do have a second ground texture that my goal is to do vertex painting to blend in between the two, but this is definitely reading the way that I want it to read. Now, I haven't put anything over here, which I think I should do. I've got a bunch of stuff in the way that needn't be in the way. My wooden pallets, they can move. Let's grab a copy of the shelves and move it over here. Like so. Get that chain out of there. And the cardboard box that got swallowed. There. Here, you can sit on the shelf. And then yeah, I think I'm right on top of the light there, which is maybe not the best. I'll bring one of these over here. I think this is going to be a good shelf spot too. Provided I made that wall long enough. Goody. There's something in there. We can just leave that right there. I think I may see how this is if I put another one instead. So too wide. So I want to get through. So let's rotate it 90 degrees. Go line it up that way. Okay. One last lighting build. And let's go see how this holds up. Yeah, I think this is... Thanks, Bry. I think it's definitely starting to get there. It's starting to feel the way I want it to feel. Now again, all the shelves are empty at the moment. Again, once I get a lot of this crap that's on the ground here, these empty containers and the wooden crates and the thing of chain, like all of that stuff is going to be littering these shelves. And so it will, it'll start to make everything feel a lot more, busy. Now, I still have to do things like I haven't textured the walls or anything yet. That's still my original placeholder mesh. I have to make a mesh for the stairs, which is going to include the opening at the top where there should be a door. I'm going to be able to leave through the door, but I want to get that kind of stuff in there. But yeah, I think that's starting to come along. I'm pretty pleased with how it's turned out thus far, and so I think that'll be good. I'm also thinking of abandoning my. I know, my daughter's creepy AF, man. I love it. Here, if you want to hear it by itself, without the background stuff. It's just awesome. So what I'm thinking of doing is abandoning my menu map and actually just having the menu be somewhere in the world here, where I just I place the camera somewhere like this, and we just kind of look at stuff on the shelf and have that be the menu. And so I'm kind of leaning in that direction. I'm pleased with the dust on the shelf. I think that looks decent. The only other thing that might change it, yeah. The only other thing that might change, that I might change to make it just a little bit more interesting, is to add in a world position offset to the dust, so that any two shelves that are side by side, you won't see the same dust pattern on them. Not that it matters, like this is two of them side by side, and you know, the lighting is changing it enough that you can't really see that there's any kind of repetition in there. And then, yeah, I got to put in some volumetric lighting. I want to make sure that, you know, wherever you see these beams of light, I want to see that nice big conical shape coming in. Same thing here. I've also got to build, I mean, we're not going to see direct light coming in from there anyway, but I got to build the shapes that go in behind the windows. Right now they're just holes in the wall, which doesn't read as well, and so we'll have to do that. But for now, I'm really pleased with the way this is working. Yeah, God Rays. That's what I'm looking at. Adding some volumetrics to it. And then, again, these guys, my totems, are going to be strewn throughout the world. So instead of just being on the floor, I'll be able to put them on shelves and do that. I turn auto exposure off. I hate that shit, especially while I'm building. It's one of those things that, like, I can't see, and then, oh my god, I can see everything, and then I can't see again. And so it's one of those things that I think just is going to help if I keep it turned off, in terms of keeping my sanity. And I'll deal with it down the road if I want to add it or not. We'll see. And so that's going to be a little bit more the way the totems work. I'm going to have them on shelves kind of every which way. And I want to put a couple of metal hooks in some of these beams here to hang some chains down and stuff like that. But yeah, like it's starting to get that cluttered look, and it's starting to feel a little bit more room-like as well. So I got to do a little bit more down here. You know, a few of these kind of like shelves sticking out along this side, and maybe one over here are going to help as well. I might even put one of the shelves kind of going against the back of the stairs here to just break some of that lighting a little bit. But so far so good. I think I'm starting to get something that feels the way I'm intending it to feel. And so that'll be good. Anyways, that's it for me for this evening. I'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock, plugging away at this some more. Maybe get some washer and dryer system put in here. Maybe do, I gotta do a furnace that I want to put in on this side, and maybe put some conduit or some pipes coming from it in and around the basement. But I've definitely got some more of the structural stuff that I've got to do. as well as kind of fill in this other room over here, or this other area over here. I'm thinking I might go tool room with this and have a bunch of tools strewn about, as that's something that might be fairly easy to do fairly quickly. And so I'll be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. We're going to stream some more here, the work on this. I also have to get the entirety of the system working. I got sidetracked, as I normally do with artwork, and wanted to start getting some of that stuff done. And so I've got to get the system up and running so that it actually does what it's supposed to do. And so we're going to see how much of that we can tackle in the next couple of nights. And so anyway, thanks again for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.